Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today.
I'd like to welcome everyone today to the Washington County Fair Dairy Show. Our superintendents are Chris and Lauren Lichty. Committee members are Bob and Spenner and Doug Roth. We appreciate the support of the many volunteer project and club leaders. Also today, watch for the gray polo t-shirt or shirts. They are our graduating seniors, and they are Katie Lichty and Annie Morrison. And at this time, I'd like to introduce our judge, Kurt Burrows, and then I'll introduce our queen.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you all, judging the dairy show this year. So before I get started with the show, I'd like to share a little bit about what we're looking for when we judge dairy cattle. So the first thing we're going to be looking at will be conformation. And conformation is really important because everything that the standard calls for with the cattle is all centered around making her the most productive animal she possibly could be. When it comes to her legs, when it comes to her spring of her ribs, meaning how wide her ribs are coming up, making space for the forage, she's got to eat a lot to make the milk. When it comes to the width of her body, making sure we got room for the heart. It takes 8 gallons of blood through the udder to make 1 gallon of milk, so she's going to be pumping blood, a lot of blood through her body. So we got to make sure we've got space for that. When we look at the strength of bone and the strength of her body, we also then have to be careful for the next thing, which is what we talk about being dairy character. So when we tend to breed our animals and we make them really big and really strong, there's a tendency that they'll go coarse on us, meaning they'll become masculine in their features. They'll get rough in the face, rough in the shoulders. And the moment we hit that point is when the animals become less productive genetically. So we have to get this balance of strength and femininity all wrapped up into one, and that's what makes dairy cattle and dairy goats so special. The next thing we'll be looking at will be capacity. So we're looking at the overall depth of her body, the ability to handle the organs, to handle the work that she's going to be required to do as an adult. And last thing that'll wrap us around to then for any animals that are milking, we're going to be looking at her udder, particularly the areas of the suspension of the udder. We're going to be looking at the ligaments and how that udder is held up together. If a cow is producing 80 pounds of milk in a day, that's 10 gallons. She's pumped 80 gallons of blood through her body that day, and that udder's holding 40 pounds of milk every morning and night. And we have cows that are doing 120, 130 pounds a day. So the structure and the integrity of the udder is really important if we're going to see that animal make and reach year 10, 12, 15 in the herd. So that's going to give you a real overview of what we're going to be looking at, or what I'll be looking at while we're judging today, and we'll get into the little nitty-gritties as the show goes on. Thank you for being here.
Hi everyone, I'm Taylor Bartholomew. I'm the daughter of Scott and Michelle Bartholomew. I will be a senior at Washington this fall, and I am this year's Washington County Fair Queen.
Thank you, Taylor, and if you'd like a program, please hold your hand up. She's going to be passing them around. And we'll start our first class now with our Holstein senior yearling. We are also today thankful for KCTC being here. They are broadcasting the show live. So a big hand to KCTC. They have been doing all the shows that they can, and those that they can't, they broadcast later. So thank you to KCTC for broadcasting all of our shows here at the Washington County Fair.
So what I really like about this yearling heifer is, let's turn her north and south here so we can show the audience here. So what I'm really impressed with this heifer is the space that we're seeing here. Top, from her shoulder down here to her brisket area. It's really deep going down. A lot of times with our yearlings of this age, they're not quite that deep. We're also seeing a good spring coming out in the rib cage here. Her maturing already at this age with this kind of spring is a really good sign that as she matures, that spring is going to get really wide and really deep. She's got a lot of good chest cavity down here in space and depth within there. I'd like to see the shoulders just slightly more smoother through here, but I really enjoy her leg set. She's not wanting to quite stand in place for me here, but when she's in her natural stand, you really want this be lined right up with the hock all the way down to her pasterns. I do like her pasterns. They're nice. They're the way you want to see them. I would like to see, she's not going to stand there for you, but that's okay. So you can face her straight ahead if you want now. So if you look at her face, she has real nice refinement. She has a real strong femininity, especially coming through over the eyes through here and coming over the top of her head. Turn her around. What I'd like to see in the back is maybe a little bit more width. I'm going to wait till she's done there. So you can spin her around and face the west. She says, I don't want to cooperate. It's all right. So in this space right here where my hand is, where the escutcheon area would be, you'd really like to see the legs kind of come and spread a little bit further, so we've got space developing already now for the udder that's eventually going to fill in. If that gets too pinched and if that were to stay that way as she continues maturing, it's going to push the udder forward. It's going to put a lot of stress on the ligaments. But all in all, she's a really nice heifer. I suspect as she gets older, especially as we see about 6 months from now, we should really start to see that space in the back fill out. That's usually one of the last places we're going to see fill out on our heifers. All around, I really like this heifer. She's excellent. I'm going to put a blue ribbon on her.
Our senior yearling is shown by Reese Good of the Highlanders. We'd also like to thank Hamas Brothers for their donation of the wood chips. Our next class is our Holstein aged cow. And I would like to recognize this is one of our 2023 graduates wearing the gray 4-H polo, which is sponsored by Widow Farm Supplies, Annie Morrison.
So on this cow here that we've got, area where she's really strong, it's going to be right in the withers area. She's a little nervous, so I'm not try to spook her, but right in this area here, going down, straight down across her shoulder. Her shoulder's a lot smoother. If you look at them, you'll see that they didn't stick out as far as what we saw with the yearling. She's got a real nice smooth shoulder. She's got really nice smooth withers. You can see, and you look at her face, she's got a lot of nice refinement going throughout the face. I'd like to see the jawline maybe a little deeper, a little bit more powerful. All in all, she's in really good condition. There are a few things I would like to see different on her. I would like to see the dip here not be quite as pronounced. I would like to see her pins a little further away. And as a Holstein, she ought to stand just a hair taller yet. So she's a little small for her size, which is okay. Still can milk well. Some of the concerns that we have, you'll see right here in her natural stand where her back legs want to touch together. And that's kind of what we were talking about with the other heifer, where her back legs really weren't making that space for the udder. And what you've seen in this girl here is it pushes the udder forward. And so instead of the udder sitting in between the two legs and coming up along the back, we're seeing that udder get pushed forward a little bit. Not all that uncommon, especially on an aged cow where she's starting to show her age a little bit. You're going to see some of those ligaments wear. That's normal, some of that wear, especially what we're seeing in the rear udder. And of course, she's not full right now. So we would see things that look a lot different when she was full. But she definitely has an escutcheon that is higher. That would be the top part of her udder. Sorry. She's definitely got the space. When she's at her peak, you can tell that that space is nice and full in the back. So she's got that what we want to see. Her fore udder, the smoothness and the blending in of the fore udder, it kind of goes up and then over instead of blending in real smooth. So that would be an area that we would like to see improved upon. But all in all, her condition's good. I'd like to see a little more width, a little more height, a little more depth, a little bit more spring on her. But another thing I'll point out is for her age, when you look at her pasterns, that's going to be the space right above her hoof and underneath those little dew claws that sit just above the hoof. It's very common for a cow of this age that starts to dip and starts to bend down, and you'll see those dew claws sometimes will even touch the ground completely. And so what's really impressive is to see a cow of this age. I can tell the volume that she's been milking by what I see in the back, and the if you want to call the wear from the milking of those years, that she's put out a lot of milk and her pasterns are holding up. That means the cow herself has been cared for really well, because oftentimes when you see the calcium depletion coming out from producing the milk, the first place they take it out of the bones is their pasterns. They start to get weak on them. So that's evidence that you've been feeding her well, you've been giving her what she needs, when she needs it, so she's been able to keep up the strength that she does have in her legs. She's got a really good set of legs on her. So I'm going to put a blue ribbon on her. You've got good legs on this cow. You've got nice refinement going across her. You've taken really good care of her. I mean, for her age, she's not aging the way you would have expected. So I'm really impressed with that. So congratulations. Thank you for bringing her in.
And now we'll do the champion Holstein. We'll need the senior yearling. We'd also like to thank and recognize Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H t-shirts each year that the members get. You'll notice the showmen are wearing the white ones. Thank you to Federation Bank.
Okay, so for champion Holstein, I'm going to place the heifer first and then reserve on the aged cow. That's a good position. If you can keep them here, I'll try to stay away. So on the yearling heifer, when you start behind her front leg and you go all the way back to her back leg, you'll see a steady roundedness that follows through that we are lacking a little bit on the aged cow. We would have liked to have seen that come down just a little bit further. The depth that we're seeing from the shoulder down to the bottom of the brisket of the chest cavity for her age is almost the same depth of what we're seeing on the aged cows. So by the time she's the age of that cow, she's going to be a really deep cow. She's going to have an enormous amount of capacity to produce because of the space that she's going to have. The reserve champion, I do like her shoulders better. That is an area that we're missing on the yearling. I can get close to her here. They're just a little sharp of what we're seeing stick out here. We'd like to see it smooth down a little bit more like what we're seeing on the aged cow. And all around, a couple of very nice cows. You've done a really good job. Thank you for bringing them in. Congratulations.
Our champion Holstein is shown by Reese Good, reserve Annie Morrison. Our next class will be our milking shorthorn junior calf. These will be by Emma Alderton and Katie Lichty. If you notice, Katie Lichty has a gray polo on. She's one of our 2023 graduating seniors. We'd also like to recognize Katie Lichty of the Cooker Creek Club. She received a Dairy Project Award at the 2022 Awards Night. They excelled in personal dairy projects, learning and workshop, and leadership experiences. So congratulations, Katie, on that award.
So with our young heifer shorthorn class we have here, we've got a couple of nice looking animals. Something a lot of people don't know about the breeding of shorthorns is over the years they became known as one of the lesser breeds in America, so we don't have a lot of them around. Their gene pool got really bottlenecked, and so that we did start breeding in some red and white Holstein to try to bring in some new genetics and breed that in. So I'm facing both of these heifers towards you because of the heifer on the left, what we're going to, or my left, your right, what we're going to see is a really characteristic milking shorthorn head. The way that the poll goes, the way the ears are coming off, the way her eye shape is set in her head, it's very, very characteristic of the breed. The heifer that we have on the right, we can tell a little bit more of that influence from the red and white Holstein. If you remember the Holstein yearling that we had, her head set and the shape of it is more similar to that function. That does not disqualify this because the Milking Shorthorn Breed Association decided that in the best interest of the breed overall that we needed to bring in some outside blood. So we are seeing a little bit of those effects there. When I see the two young heifers from behind, what I'm really impressed with the heifer on your right is the space and the width that we see where her udder is going to fill in. For her age being so young and to see the kind of space that she wants to naturally spread there is very impressive. The heifer on the right, it's a little shallower. What we're seeing on the heifer on my right, so this heifer here, what we are seeing with her is a really good, strong levelness going across the back. We are seeing it on the young heifer as well, but she does tip forward a little bit. The standard does call for them, if there's going to be any tipping, it needs to go shoulder to tail, going down toward the tail, not up toward the tail. Think when they calve and they need to clean out their fluids, the body's got to be angling away if it's going to angle at all. But she's a young, very young heifer over there, so that could change as time goes on. But we do have to judge by what we see here in the ring today. What I'm seeing on the spotted heifer here that I'm really impressed with is the thickness of her bone structure. So we were missing that with our Holstein class. We didn't really have those real thick legs going from all the way down the shoulder, all the way down to the hoof. And what's nice about this young heifer is that while we're seeing that real strength of bone already beginning to emerge in such a young heifer, we haven't lost the feminine nature of her face, the femininity of her shoulders, or the femininity that we see across the pins and her hip bones. We want to see just a nice smoothness. Kind of the easiest way to describe it would be, when we look at grown men, they usually have a sharper jawline. Women have a nice smooth jawline. That's the kind of difference that we're trying to see within our dairy animals. They don't do that on the beef side because it's irrelevant, but for us, it's very relevant. So both of these young heifers have a lot of excellent dairy character in them. So in this particular class, I'm going to put blue ribbons on both the animals. This is a really difficult one for me because they both really ooze dairy character in the way that you don't normally see in show rings, especially at county fairs where we don't really have a large showing of animals. I am going to put champion on the older heifer here simply because of her age. She's able to exhibit a stronger characteristic of what we're looking for in the standard, which is that real thick bone structure as well as the nice levelness and the depth. That little heifer there is definitely going to get there, but we'd be seeing that in about 6 months from now. So congratulations. Thank you, guys.
Our first place Milking Shorthorn Junior Calf is shown by Emma Alderton. Second place, Katie Lichty of Cricket Creek. Our next class will be our Milking Shorthorn Junior Yearling. And I'd like to say thank you again for Taylor Bartholomew, our Washington County 2023 Fair Queen. She's by herself today working, so she has a lot of shows to go to attend to get started. So she's on her way to the next show. So thank you, Taylor.
So when I'm looking down their spine, there's a number of things I'm taking a look at. I definitely want to see when they stand in their natural position, I want to see what's that space making for the escutcheon, but I'm also looking at their pins, which is just on the both sides of their tailbone. I want to see the width, the spacing that they're developing. Keep in mind she's going to push out a 100-pound calf here in about another year, and we want to see how's that developing and what kind of space can we expect for her as she's getting ready for that part of her life. I'm also checking her hip bones. I want to see what kind of space do we have there. When you look down the back, the whole space that we're seeing, or the width I should say, that we're seeing looking down the spine is going to be indicative of her overall capacity that she's going to mature into. I also get to take a really good look at the withers when I'm looking down the back and see how is that shape coming off. Is it pinched like a really tight little triangle, or is it nice and wide and coming off? That's going to also tell me what kind of space she's developing for her chest capacity as she's maturing. Okay, on the heifer closest to me, very good looking heifer. She's very level. I like to see the levelness going across her back. She has her nice refinement, that dairy character that we're talking about, that femininity that we're looking for. She has a hair younger than the heifer behind her, so she hasn't really grown in and maybe developed the bone structure that the heifer does have behind her. But all around, I really like her hind legs. Wish you could see how she's standing now for me, but her hind legs in her natural position is just spot on. Well, when she's in her natural position, it's excellent. Her forelegs and her chest cavity, I'd like to see a little wider. I'd like to see a little bit more strength in her bone structure overall. When she does turn sideways, when you look at her jawline, it does kind of go up. It could come down just a little deeper for her age. I'd like to see that. Something I'm really impressed again with both of these two heifers that are in front of me is the strong milking shorthorn character that we're seeing in them. Too often, people are bringing milking shorthorns in that just look like red and white Holsteins because there's been so much Holstein bred in to try to capture that milk volume and avoid the inbreeding depression. But in these two animals here, just like in that young heifer we saw in the last class, I'm really excited to see that strong milking shorthorn look on their faces. We just don't see that very often, so it's a treat for me. Hopefully it's a treat for you guys as well. On the heifer farthest from me, what I'm really impressed with this heifer is the thickness of her bone structure. She's really put a lot of bone on. to put those two hocks, and they like to touch each other. And so that's a challenge for us because like what we'd seen with the Holstein before, it's going to push that udder forward. It's going to put some stress on the ligaments. But the condition of both of these is excellent. I'm really impressed with the quality that you've got here for milking Shorthorns. I'm going to put a blue on both, and for champion of this class is going to go to the heifer here and then reserve to this heifer. Thank you.
Both these calves are by Katie Lichty of the Shorthorn champion. Emma Alderton, Katie Lichty, and Kate.
So this is a really surprisingly strong class of milking Shorthorns for a county fair. I've been really impressed seeing these animals come in. You're fine. So for this class, I'm going to place champion with this heifer here. Main reason is the overall capacity, the depth, the width of this particular animal, the blending of the strength of bone with the dairy character that we're trying to achieve in order to maximize the kind of production that we're wanting to see out of our animals through our breeding programs. Excellent animal, really impressed with her. Congratulations. The reserve champion is going to go to this heifer up front for very similar reasons. She has that real strong strength of bone, even for such a young age. That young heifer is going to be very similar to what we're going to see in the older heifer by the time the young heifer has reached this one's age. Nice, strong, thick bone structure, yet she's maintained the refinement that we need in our dairy lines. So congratulations. Thank you.
Our champion is shown by Katie Lichty of Crooked Creek. Our reserve, Emma Alderton of Prairie Pride. At this time, I'd like to introduce our 2023 Miss Congeniality, and I'll let you introduce yourself.
My name is Greta Searin. I'm the daughter of Jason and Catherine Searin, and I'll be a senior at Mid Prairie in the fall, and I'm really excited to be at the dairy show.
Thank you. Our next class will be a cross-bred senior yearling.
This particular heifer here, she's a crossbred with an Ayrshire and a milking Shorthorn. This is a real delightful animal. She has the real flatness of bone that we want to see when I speak about that. I'm talking about when you see the bones coming down where my hand is coming down, that bone is nice and flat. What I like about this heifer is that she has what the others I saw were missing. She not only has the refinement and the solid bone structure, but she has that extra pizzazz that you're looking for when we're looking for dairy character. She's smooth just about everywhere. I love the structure of her withers. They're smooth, they're coming off her shoulders nicely, yet when you look down across her back, they're spread out really wide, which means as this heifer develops, her rib capacity, her depth, all of that within this area is just going to continue to expand out. Very level, top to bottom, love that. She's holding herself nice from behind. There's nice space that's already beginning to develop for her age, for that udder to come in and drop in right where we want it to be. She's not overly fleshed through the hip and through the pins. I like to see this nice little cavity developing in here. So on our mature cows, when that rib really starts to spring, you're going to see a real deep cavity emerge here between the ribs and between the hip. And that's a sign of the maturity of the cow developing. So to see that already beginning to emerge nicely, it's fleshed right, it's not too thin, it's not too thick. All around, she's fancy, and that's what I like to see. I like to see a fancy cow in the show ring. So she's got excellent conformation. The shoulders here, maybe I'd like to see them a little more rounded, a little more smooth, with the exhibitor, I agree, she's a little chunky right here, but her jawbone's really nice. If you feel it, you can tell it comes down nice and deep. It's coming right where it needs to. All around, I really like her. I'm going to put a blue ribbon on her. Excellent job, excellent.
Our senior yearling is shown by Tyler Alderton of Prairie Pride. Now we'll get all situated and we'll bring in our Supreme Grand Champion dairy from our first class, our senior yearling Holstein of Reese Good. Our milking Shorthorn champion, Katie Lichty. And our cross-bred senior yearling, Tyler Alderton.
What I'm doing right now, this particular heifer, she's really wanting to stall out. She's a little jaunty when she walks. So I'm trying to get this heifer to walk at her natural gait so I can really get a feel for how fluid her movement is in her natural walk. So we have a real nice, strong class of heifers here. They're all really just oozing that dairy character, which is what we want to see, the nice femininity without losing the strength of their bone structure. That can sometimes be a problem. We saw that a little bit with the real small little red heifer. She was young yet, but she hadn't really come into her good bone structure that we'd like to see. But these 3 heifers have really come a long ways. I'm going to put champion on this heifer here on the end. As I said before, fantastic animal. Yeah, give her a round of applause. That's good. She's a beautiful animal. When you see her standing from the side, she's very level. There's no little like bump coming across the back at all. She's got good depth coming down. She's got all the fanciness you want to see and that smoothness going over her bones. You look down here, there's a real nice smoothness that's coming down. I love to see that her hips are not overly fleshed at this point in time. I'm liking to see the spring and the depth of her rib. I like to see how deep it's coming down here. You can already even feel some of those milk veins down there. They're young yet, but they're coming in. This is a beautiful animal. Excellent job. Reserve is going to go to the milking shorthorn here in the middle. Like the first one, she's got a real nice, strong bone structure. She's nice and smooth. I would have liked to seen a little more levelness. I would have liked to seen a little bit more femininity across the head and just general throughout the body. She didn't seem to have quite the same depth that what we saw in the heifer to our left. So congratulations. Thank you.
Our champion dairy heifer is shown by Tyler Alderton, and that trophy is sponsored by Vitito Insurance Incorporated. Our reserve is shown by Katie Lichty. We will now do our senior showmanship. Senior showmanship.
Senior showmanship, we've got three wonderful exhibitors here. Are we still here? Good. So what I was asking the exhibitors was, have them tell me a little bit about their cow. Tell me a little bit about why they got into dairy in the first place, what is interested in them. Their opportunities they had that grew them a bit, things they've really enjoyed about the process, and then also things they didn't expect when they were getting into it, things that really caught them off guard or threw them for a loop, or just parts of it that really aren't enjoyable, because that's the way it is with every animal. There's those things we've got to overcome when we're working with them. So for senior showmanship this year, I'm going to give it to Katie. I was really impressed just from, congratulations. So when it's your first year judging a show, you always get to show up early, and they don't know you're the judge, and you get to watch whatever all the exhibitors are doing, and they have no idea that you're their judge. And I was really impressed watching her for a while, as I was all of them, but she was really taking those extra steps, taking that extra, final last touch-ups as she was getting ready for the show that really showed me she'd really done this a few times. She was very comfortable with it. She also, I was impressed with the overall quality, besides the calf deciding to lay down. In general, the animals that she did bring in to exhibit, it was clear that she'd really had a solid relationship with them, where they were really trusting her as they were walking through. There were times I would come up, I've got this microphone, I'm loud, and that tends to want to spook an animal, but if they're very comfortable, if they're very confident, if they're trusting their handler, they're going to be comfortable with me coming up and touching them and poking around on them a little bit. So congratulations. Our reserve is going to go to Tyler. I was really impressed in my conversation with him. This heifer is one that he bred himself, so that was exciting. You don't see a lot of that either coming in at county fairs. He had his own Ayrshire. The Leakties had helped him with getting her bred, and this is his own heifer that he brought in. talking about the relationships that he's been developing while showing, as well as wanting to take himself to another level. That's impressive too. The whole point of us showing here today is really to make those relationships, those connections, and help us build our own confidence as we move on in life. So congratulations to all three of you. Thank you. You did a great job as well. I was really impressed with what you brought here today too, so thank you.
Our champion senior showman is Katie Lichty. That trophy is sponsored by Jerry and Amanda Moeller. And our reserve is Tyler Alderton. Our next class will be our champion intermediate.
So Emma's brought in here this really nice milking shorthorn heifer. We've really enjoyed seeing her in the ring. She did an excellent job with her. In my conversations with her, some of the things I've been really impressed with was, again, when I asked her why she gets involved in the dairy in the first place, was that she really enjoyed dairy, number one, but number two, she really enjoyed the interaction with everybody and the people that she's meeting and getting to know along the way in that journey. Watching her just up close there, something that most people don't know, but it was really neat to see. Sometimes when those calves, when they're wanting to bop a little bit, you push down inside the front of their shoulder there. It's a pressure point and it can make them stop. And I saw her doing that with her thumb quite a few times when the heifer was just kind of wanting to break a little bit. And that was nice to see. And you don't see a lot of that in our young exhibitors, that they're aware of those pressure points and kind of how to push those heifers around a little bit. but she's nervous in here. She's not been in a show ring before, so it's pretty normal to see him kind of act up a little bit. So congratulations, you're champion. Congratulations, thank you for being here, Emma.
Our champion intermediate is Emma Alderton, and that trophy is sponsored by Dwayne and Ann Lewis. Do you want just... If we could have all dairy exhibitors, please come into the ring without your calves. All dairy exhibitors, come into the ring without your calves.
We're going to start over a little bit. So I'll ask the questions and I'll let them answer. That way you guys can hear everything that's going along the way. I'm going to put you on the spot. You're the first one. Yes, so I asked Emma to give me a little rundown on how her week has gone so far at fair and what she's been up to.
So Sunday, I showed dog, and I did obedience and showmanship with my dog. It was my third year for showmanship and first year with obedience, because she's a first year. And then Monday, I did agility with the same dog. And then today, I did horse, and I showed 2 horses. I did showmanship, and I did a halter class with them. And then today, we've been doing dairy, and then tomorrow, I have the barn.
Excellent, thank you. Tyler, so a question I have for you is, if I remember right, you were showing some calves that weren't yours today. Is that correct? So tell me a little bit about that, how you got in that situation.
As it comes to be, Katie happened to show 2 calves in the same ring at the same time. So I was asked upon spot to show one of her calves just as that round was going on. So that was my interaction.
And so I could tell when the calf was coming in that it wasn't super familiar with Tyler. So I wondered if that wasn't his calf. She was definitely kind of not wanting to be there, but I appreciate you stepping up. Thank you for doing that. So Reese, tell me a little bit about your week so far and what you've been up to and how you've enjoyed the dairy class so far.
So Sunday, I just hauled everything to the fair. So I showed rabbits and dairy cow. So we hauled them all down, got them all set up. And then yesterday, I just worked with rabbits and just trying to make sure that they were all good and ready. And then this morning, I showed rabbits, and then I came and I quickly washed my cow because the rabbit show kind of almost runs into the dairy show. And I quickly washed my cow and then showed my cow.
Thank you, Reese. I appreciate it. Okay, so Katie, tell me what it's like finding calves for other people that are maybe needing calves, and how do you decide which one are you going to keep and which one are you going to let the others share? I'm really throwing it at you this time, aren't I?
Well, Tyler was so gracious to show my other heifer. That was so nice of you, thanks. Honestly, I picked the bigger one because I thought she looked a little better, and I knew I could show her features off a little bit better if I had her in my hands, because I know her a little bit better than Tyler does. So, and Emma showed our little heifer Donna, and I just gave it to her because I needed a little smaller one with the little hands on the farm barn so I could work with her a little bit closer. So, yeah.
Well, thank you very much. So I have to say, I think you all will agree with me. If this is our future, we have a very safe future, don't we? These are an amazing group of young people. Every year, I'm so impressed with the 4-H groups that come in. At times, when we think of things politically or just things that are going on in the world, it makes us kind of depressed. But when we see our young people coming up and stepping up and taking charge, it's really encouraging. At least it is for me. I hope it is for you. So thank you all for being here. Keep doing what you're doing. You're really doing amazing things. You're going to do amazing things as you reach adulthood. So this is kind of a neat thing. Yes, yeah, give a round of applause. That's really cool. So as I let the cat out of the bag last time, I was poking around and watching our young exhibitors for a while when they didn't know I was. And I was really impressed with Tyler, so I'm going to give the showmanship to him. He was really stepping up, helping with other calves, doing things that maybe wasn't necessarily what he had planned for the event today, but stepping up when he needed to. And that really shows a lot of good leadership, being able to jump in and take charge and help out. So thank you, Tyler. I appreciate it. Congratulations.
And Tyler Alderton receives our Sportsmanship Award sponsored by KDK Sales. I would like to thank our judge today, David. I'd also like to thank KCTC for their generous gift to live stream all shows. That link is listed in the show program, so you can tune in to other shows this week. We appreciate their generous support. Family and friends around the world get to enjoy this year. You can enjoy the show again by following the link at the top of the show program, and to see all the previously recorded 2023 Washington County Exhibitor Fair Livestock shows on KCTC YouTube channel. Thank you. We will now be doing our alumni show, so alumnus, please report to the calves.
All the alumni that are going to be in this showmanship contest, grab one of the heifers and come on in. First one in the ring is Jeff Foster. Showed 1976 through 1980. Showed milking Shorthorn. Former club was the Riverside Ramblers, and he lived in Riverside, Iowa. Second one in the ring, Megan Allerton. Showed 1986 to 1995. Showed Ayrshires. 4-H club was the Norwalk All-Stars, and currently she lives in Washington, Iowa. Next one in the ring, they're not close enough for me to tell, but they're David Ross. He showed from 04 to 22, showed Holsteins, Crooked Creek, and resides in Mount Pleasant, Iowa. The next one's Philip Ross, 04 to 222, showed Holsteins, Crooked Creek, Mount Pleasant, Iowa. The next one, Dwayne Davis. I don't know what year he showed, but he showed jerseys. He's now resides in Washington, Iowa. The next one's Bob Spinner Jr. Showed 71 to 78. Holstein, Riverside Ramblers, Washington, Iowa.
Okay, well, I've had a lot of fun with some of these people. Some of the people here at our alumni, this gentleman, is it Jeff? Is that on the end? Last time they were in the ring with a cow, I wasn't even born yet, so it's been a long time. And then they gave this gentleman one of the honoriest ones here, but he seemed to handle it real well. So the alumni award I'm going to give to this fantastic lady here. So I watched this heifer. Congratulations. Just embarrassed you enough to make you have to come back and help out next year. So this young heifer was real ornery, as you remember, going through the ring. She was stalling out like crazy, and yet once we got her moving, you kept her going. I was very impressive. This is natural. So thank you very much. Congratulations. I appreciate you all getting up here, bringing all the cows up, and this has been fun. Thank you. Have a good rest of your fair.
Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today.
folding area.
Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today.
Welcome to the Breeding Beef Show at the Washington County Fair. We'll be starting shortly with our first class, which will be a cow-calf class 1. For our judge today, we have Scott Greiner. Scott Greiner is a professor and extension animal scientist at the School of Animal Sciences at Virginia Tech. He was raised on a diversified livestock farm near Oxford, Iowa. He attended Iowa State University, where he majored in animal science. While at Iowa State, he was a member of the Reserve National Champion Meats Judging Team and National Champion Livestock Judging Team. His graduate studies included a master's degree from Michigan State University and a doctorate from Iowa State. While attending grad schools, he coached highly competitive livestock judging teams, including 2 national champion teams at Iowa State. In 1998, Greiner joined the faculty at Virginia Tech and now serves as an extension project leader for the department, as well as a chair of the interdisciplinary college animal production program team. Coming into the ring right now, we have our first class, which is Cow-Calf Class 1. There are 5 entries in this class. .4-Hers with the gray polos are part of the class of 2023 4-H seniors who graduated in May. We would like to recognize Peyton Yagi of the Highland FFA as being one of our senior members. The polos are sponsored by Widoff Farm Supply, and we'd like to congratulate these seniors. We do want to say thank you to Hammis Brothers Sawmill of Ollie for donating the wood chips for the cattle barn this year.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Man, what a beautiful day in Washington, and it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to join you, and very much look forward to your breeding cattle show here this afternoon, and come back Thursday and work a steer show and work with the young people in Washington County. It's great to be home, so to speak, and very much look forward to it. And I think a really nice, solid set of 2-year-old cow-calf pairs to get us started. We've got all 2-year-old females out here with their first calf at side, and some variation in terms of calf age, but nonetheless, I still think a nice set all the way through. The young man's pair that we've got to lead with, I think, is pretty easily the place to hitch in terms of the quality between the cow and the calf, and balance that very, very well. I like that cow in terms of really her broodiness. I like her feminine makeup. She's really good in terms of her foot. She's really good in terms of her soundness and her flexibility and her skeleton off both ends. She's not the biggest bodied, stoutest 2-year-old you'll ever see, but I think one that's certainly feminine. She's got a nice udder on her. She's doing a good job with, I believe, a March-born heifer calf that's very similar to her in terms of phenotype. Got some balance and attractiveness. That cow kind of overwhelms our second place female, who's really, really moderate. And maybe some around the ring might say she's too moderate. I don't think so, but I think she's built right. I think she's got the right kind of quality about her in terms of the way she balances and her proportion. She's feminine. She's good in terms of her feet and legs. Got a nice heifer calf at side that doesn't have quite as much performance about it compared to our leading pair. We come into a cow in third who's big-bodied. She's real deep-sided. Got a lot to her, appears to have some growth, and I think as you look at that bull calf, probably he's the youngest calf out here by a little bit, and so from a performance standpoint, some things to appreciate there. We'd certainly correct her a little bit in her hip and hind leg. We'd do the same to the calf if we're going to make him a little different, but he's got a lot of grow, he's got a lot of dimension, and we appreciate that. Just quite a bit more to that particular pair in terms of performance and milking ability and just more calf performance. I actually like this calf in fourth quite well. That calf's got some bigness in terms of his rib. He's a stout rascal at size of the cow. The cow gets just a little frailer made. She's one that doesn't have quite as much rig on her in terms of body condition, and maybe just make her a notch stouter all the way through. But obviously she's doing a good job with the young bull calf, who I think's got a good future. And a nice pair to lead us off. A young lady's done a great job bringing that cow to your fair. Again, she's working really hard. You can tell that from a body condition standpoint, putting all her groceries into milk, and that calf is certainly showing that from a performance standpoint. Let's congratulate our young people here as we get our show started this afternoon.
The results of our first class of cow-calves, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Peyton Yagi of the Highland FFA, second with a purple to Adley Sweeting of Riverside Enterprisers, third with a blue to Brittany Wilson of the Washington Go-Getters, fourth with a blue to Will Klein of the 76 Progressives, and fifth with a blue to Mariah Christensen of the 76 Progressives. Currently in the ring, we have our second class and final class of cow-calf classes.
nice pair of 3-year-old females. These young people have brought us in some difference, obviously, in age and what we've got to work with. Young lady's got a Charolais composite cow with a Sim Cross bull calf at side, doing a nice job and putting that calf some performance in him. He's big as you get in behind him. Lots of muscular dimension. The calf would certainly make a little more flexible as you study him behind. A good hard-working 3-year-old cow there that's good enough in terms of her skeletal makeup and design. I think quite a bit more balance in her than the Hereford pair that we've got behind, and built quite a bit better. The Hereford pair, again, a nice female that's long spine and level hipped, and has translated that to her heifer calf in terms of her balance. Like to maybe give that heifer calf just a little more to her in terms of flank and rear rib and just a little more flexibility behind, but a nice pair for those young people. Congratulate them for bringing them out this afternoon.
The results of our second class of cow-calf, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Aubrey Campbell of the 76 Progressives, and second with a blue to Kynan Peak of the Lime Creek Live Wires. We'll now be selecting our champion cow-calf. The trophy for the champion cow-calf is sponsored by Lenz Show Cattle, Brian and Ben Lenz, and reserve is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. We'd also like to recognize that the shavings in the show ring were donated by Joe Hostetler of 4-H Wood Products.
Well, a good way to start our afternoon with the cow-calf pairs, and lots of nice pairs. The young people have done an excellent job, and I think 4 out here in contention for champions. Some differences certainly, and what we try and do is match the quality of both the cow and the calf in terms of that cow being functional and good in her skeleton, and a cow that's got some body and capacity and a good sound to udder on her, and a calf that projects with some future, and yet a cow that's doing a good job putting some performance in her calf. Put all those things together, I think we got a nice pair. We're going to stick with that pair of 2-year-olds for your grand and reserve cow-calf pair. Give those 2 exhibitors a nice hand of congratulations.
The results of our champion cow-calf drive, we had champion going to Peyton Yagi and reserve to Adley Sweeting.
Hi, my name is Tess Burdo. I'm the daughter of Dan and Rachel Burdo, and I'm the Washington County Beef Queen.
Hi, my name is Izzy Kalupa. I'm the daughter of Nate and Ann Kalupa, and I'm the Washington County Beef Princess.
The Washington County Cattlemen will be serving lunch tomorrow at the Producers Grill from 11 o'clock until 1 o'clock. All cattle exhibitors will be receiving a free beef burger. The class currently in the ring is our returning bucket bottle heifer. These would have been exhibited as bucket bottle projects here at the fair in previous years. So this is a great way for 4-H'ers and FFA members to get started in the beef industry.
Well, congratulations to our young people here in your bucket bottle calf division. I understand they were at the fair a year ago in a little different stage of maturity, obviously, but the young people have done an excellent job managing them and feeding them and getting them to this point. And I think pretty solid all the way through, and not a lot of difference as we move from one end of this class to the other, although I think the young lady's heifer we start with kind of stands out in terms of her balance and symmetry and her proportionality and the way the pieces fit together on her. She's quite a bit better in her shoulder and her top line and hip, and her uniformity of her body depth. I think she's good enough in terms of her structure. I'd fix her for sure in terms of making her a notch more flexible behind, and we'd open her up and give her just a notch more a true body width if we're going to be ultra critical of her. And I think the two red heifers have probably got just a little more stoutness about them and a little more performance at this stage of the game. Probably the stoutest heifer in here is this young lady's heifer that comes in second. Really a stout topped one that's opened up in her pins and has a lot to her. She's a little rougher in her top line and shoulder. She's not quite as accurate in her rear leg placement as we'd like her to be. The high performing heifer comes in third. She again is one that's got a lot of weight and weight per day of age, and I think we need to appreciate that about her. A little more body condition to go with it. She too is just a nickel planer set from the hock down and not as athletic as we'd like to see her, but her extra performance and body dimension and just sheer shape gets her over this pair that we've got. The Baldy heifer coming out, just make a nice cow project. She's one that's got some width at her pins. She's got some rib shape. She's a heifer too that, again, we'd just like to make a nickel fancier, and the heifer that we wound up with is the one we'd probably like to open up the most, but again, she's pretty good in terms of her front end and shoulder, in terms of her femininity, and pretty flexible behind on a relative basis. Congratulate those young people for a job well done.
The results for the returning bucket bottle heifer class, we had first with a blue to Brittany Wilson of the Washington Go-Getters, second with a blue to Taylor Bartholomew of the Franklin Cubs, third with a blue to Ethan Hotchkiss of the Green Acres, fourth with a blue to Hunter Barnes of the Washington Go-Getters, fifth with a blue to Sydney Williams of the Green Acres. The next class coming into the ring will be our produce heifer. This is produce of farmer heifer projects, which have come to the fair previously. We do want to recognize Peyton Peck of the Lime Creek Live Wires 4-H Club as a senior 4-H member who's currently out in the ring. We would also like to recognize Peyton Ford of the Lime Creek Live Wires as being one of the Beef Project Award winners from this past year. We do want to say thank you to KCTC for their generous gift to live stream all shows. There is a link listed in the show program so you can tune in for other shows this week. We appreciate their generous support. Friends and families from around the world get to enjoy the shows that are going on at the fair. You can also enjoy this show again by following the link at the top of the show program to see all previously recorded 2022 Washington County Exhibitor Fair livestock shows on the KCTC YouTube channel.
Well, I think a really nice female to lead our produce class here in October, purebred Simmental. The young lady tells me just, I think one that's got a lot of quality. As you pick her apart from the ground up, she's one that's flexible, got good angulation to her joints. She's sound-footed. She's one that's feminine and looks like a female, has enough body shape and dimension to her. Just a really nice heifer to lead with. And she's considerably younger than the three heifers that follow in there by 6+ months. We've got February and March is behind her, and she's in October. From there, I think that trio of heifers have all got some different pieces that we appreciate, maybe a thing or two that we change just a nickel to let them move up in the class. The semi-influenced heifer that comes in here second, I think, is the closest to our class winner in terms of her rib shape, in terms of her softness, her rear flank, in terms of her actual movement. She gets out and covers her track. She's not ideal in the set to her hind leg. We'd change her in that regard, but I think she's a little sounder than the heifers that come in there third and fourth. Heifer in third, when we get her on the standstill, she's extended, she's real long in her spine, she's neat made through her hip, she's square built as you get in behind her. My problem with her is she just needs to move sounder. She's a little too tight as you study her out of her rear leg and pasture, and a lot the same for our heifer in fourth. Again, one that's got maybe a little extra body and performance, but again, one that's maybe not quite as fancy in terms of her profile. Give those kids a nice round of applause of congratulations, if you would, please.
The results of our produce heifer, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Peyton Ford of the Mid-Prairie FFA. Second with a blue to Adriana Campbell of the 76 Progressives. Third with a blue to Peyton Peck of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Fourth with a blue to Aubrey Campbell of the 76 Progressives. The Produce of Former Heifer Project, the champion award, was sponsored by Chris and Julie Janacek. There's also a cash award by Lenz Show Cattle, Brian and Ben Lenz. The Reserve Award was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. In addition, the returning bucket bottle champion, their award was sponsored by Chris and Tara Black, and the Reserve Award was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Currently in the ring, we have our Class 1 of Angus.
single entry to get our Angus show started, a September heifer that's certainly nice and can stand some competition, a really feminine, angular female that's good in terms of her structural design and her balance and the way she gets out and travels. I appreciate all those things about here, and still very youthful and I think right in terms of her condition at this stage of the game from an age and maturity standpoint. I'd blow her apart just a little bit as you watch her travel and just open her up in terms of her body shape, but a nice female. Congratulate that young lady and thank her for bringing her.
The results of our first class of Angus, we had first with a purple going to Hallie Hirschberger of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Hallie was one of our senior 4-H'ers who's wearing one of our gray polos today. Currently in the ring, we have class 2 of Angus. We have 2 entries in this class. So currently in the ring, we also have Grace Coble from the Crooked Creek Club, who's one of our seniors this year.
That until I tell you, somebody's coached you up. 1-1. Nice pair of summer yearling Angus heifers. This June heifer, I think, got a lot of quality to her. She's one that's very, very striking when she hits the ring in terms of just her presence and the way she balances up. Got a big monster rib cage in her and lots of performance and dimension about her, and yet balances in terms of her pieces fitting together. I think she covers her stride. I'm just, if I'd change her, I'd change that rear ankle just a little bit and foot and just make her more comfortable and flexible there. But I love her body shape and putting that together in a really attractive package. Congratulations to that young lady. And a nice heifer that follows her, again, that's long spine. Again, one that's good enough in terms of her foot size and her flexibility. Not as proportional in her underline, not quite as neat as you study her from her shoulder into her rib transition, but really long-bodied and performance-oriented and a solid heifer in her own right. Give these kids a round of applause for their efforts here this afternoon.
The results of our second class of Angus, we had first with a purple to Gracie Hirschberger of the Lime Creek Live Wires, second with a purple to Grace Coble of Crooked Creek. The next class we'll have coming into the ring will be our third class of Angus.
March class, and I think it quickly becomes this pair up on the top end. And I think as we get in and start to evaluate them, the heifer in first has just got so much more body and natural width, and more opened up in her chest floor and softer in her rear flank and rear rib, and just got more total dimension as you study her. And yet I think she still blends together nicely as we get her on the profile in terms of her top line, the point of her shoulder, the way her shoulder fits in her rib cage. I think she's comfortable enough in terms of her stride, probably just a nickel more flexible and more appropriate in terms of the way she sets from hock to ground than the heifer that comes in second, who's probably just a nickel leaner in terms of her condition. I appreciate that. Maybe just a little more extended than the heifer that we've gotten first, but you get to pick them apart and study them. She's a little tighter in her heart. She doesn't maintain quite the base width as you study her at her hock as she travels away. But I like her balance and look and her overall quality compared to the heifer that we've gotten third. Just a nice, practical, kind of an Angus female that's got some rib shape. She's got some dimension. I think she gets out in strides. I don't think she's quite as accurate in terms of her rear leg placement as the two heifers we talked about, and maybe isn't quite as big in her foot and bone, but just a nice female, as is the heifer that comes out here in fourth, who's maybe just a little stouter than the heifer we got in third, but she's the plainest one of this particular class. She's the heifer we changed the most out of her hip and her hind leg, but a heifer that should make a nice cow down the road. Congratulations to those young people for a job well done.
The results of our third class of Angus, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Blake Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters, second with a purple to Nicholas Peck of the Lime Creek Livewires, third with a blue to Henry Klein of the 76 Progressives, fourth with a blue to Henry Klein of the 76 Progressives. In the ring now, we have our fourth and final class of Angus. Following this class, we will be selecting a champion Angus heifer.
Single entry here, November heifer, and could certainly stand some competition. Really like this heifer's attractiveness when we get her set up and stopped on the profile. She's very angular. She's very neat in her neck. She's really good in terms of the way she's made through her front third and the way that her lines fit together. Certainly when we put her in motion, that's where the heifer's got a thing or two that we change. She's a little tight in her spine. I just make her more flexible and athletic as you watch her get out and travel and give her that extra motion that we'd ideally like to have, but a nice female, and we'll be anxious to get her out here in the champion drive. I give that young lady a round of congratulations, if you would, please.
The results of Class 4 of our Angus, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Erica Thoman of the Highlanders. Coming back in for our championship drive from Class 1, we have Hallie Hirschberger. From Class 2, with first Gracie Hirschberger, second the reserve to Grace Coble. For Class 3, we had our first place going to Blake Sheets, our second place to Nicholas Peck, and Class 4, Erica Thoman with first. We do want to thank and recognize Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H and FFA t-shirts that members are wearing. We will once again recognize Hallie Hirschberger and Grace Coble for being some of our senior 4-H members.
Well, a nice Angus show, and I think some nice heifers out here in contention for champion. I like our front row pretty well. That doesn't mean they're the same. They all have quality, though. We started with that youngest heifer. I think we comment in class. She's really angular. She's extremely good in terms of her skeletal makeup. She's really sound and long-strided and has a nice look to her. I question she's quite stout enough. I'd open her up as you study her come and go. Just give her more natural rib shape and just more body and more oomph, if you will, if I can use that term. But she's a quality female. It's got a lot of good to her. Heifer out of class 2, man, she's got lots of quality. She's ultra cool in terms of her look. She's big-bodied. She's uniform in her body depth. She's still got a nice front end to her and has some muscular shape and very, very fresh, and I appreciate that. We commented in class, and I still feel this way. Make her more ideal, I'd change her rear leg and foot and make her just a nickel more comfortable as we put her in motion, but she's got so many pieces that put together very, very positively. The heifer out of the 3rd class, just a nice, functional Angus female that's big-bodied. She's wide pinned. She's got lots to her. She's sound enough in terms of her skeleton. She's not as fancy and not quite as attractive as the heifer that stands right ahead of her. But, man, we start picking them apart. She's very, very functional in terms of the way she's constructed. And they're a big October heifer. Again, one that's very feminine, very sleek through her front third. Got some substance. We'd fix her as you put her in motion. She wants to be a little tight in her spine and a little harder moving in terms of her rear leg. Very nice set of Angus cattle. Put your hands together for these kids, and I'll congratulate your Grand and Reserve.
Our Angus champion today is exhibited by Gracie Hirschberger, whose award is sponsored by Irwin Farms, and reserve is shown by Blake Sheets, and his award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. The next class we'll have coming in will be our maintainer. We do have Hallie Hirschberger of the Lime Creek Live Wires, who is one of our senior 4-H members. We do want to recognize Peyton Ford, Lime Creek Live Wires, Tess Berto of the Franklin Cubs, Lauren Lukowski of the Washington Go-Getters, Bryn Northup of the Green Acres 4-H Club, and Blake and Jade Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters for receiving Beef Project Awards at the 2022 Awards Night. They all excelled in personal beef projects, learning, workshop, and leadership experiences. Congratulations. Additionally, the Washington County Cattlemen will be serving lunch tomorrow at the Producers Grill from 11 until 1. All cattle exhibitors will receive a free beef burger.
Really a nice group of maintainers and two exceptionally high quality females in this class, and both of them are awfully good. They're not very similar in terms of their body build and the type and kind of heifer that they are, but I think as we get them side by side and we study them, man, it's hard to ignore that extra body and sweep of the underline of this female the young lady's got that we've gotten first. She's really big bodied. She's really soft in terms of the way she's made. I appreciate that. And we begin to study them and you watch them and put them in motion. To me, she's a little more comfortable in terms of covering her tracks and her stride. Maybe just a little bigger at the ground, just a little more of her in that particular regard. But most of all, when we put them in motion, I think she's just a little longer strided. She's maybe not quite as opened up as you study her down her top and at her pins. I'd probably give that advantage to the heifer that comes in there second, just in terms of muscle, in terms of bigness of hip and width at their pins, probably goes to this female in second. She's ultra long spine. She also gives us a tremendous look when you get her on the profile. You get her off on the side and you put her on the 3/4 view. I don't know that she's quite as good right through her forerib. I don't know that she's got quite the body and underline of that female that we start the class with. As we just talked about, she's ever so more sluggish as you get her and watch her travel. We change that just a little, but awfully good female as well to represent this age and class and breed division. The young lady's heifer that comes in there third, just kind of a nice middle of the road heifer that's sound enough in terms of her structure. I think she's got more balance, attractiveness, and femininity than the heifer that comes in fourth, who also is a big ribbed, high performing heifer. It's got a lot of weight per day of age, just a notch plainer as you study her up front, a little more condition on her than ideal perhaps, and she's a little bit labored as you watch her go behind, but I think she's a little more sensible in terms of her mature size. I think she's got just a little more doability and a little more body than the big framier heifer we round up with, who's long-bodied and growthy for sure, just a little tighter made in her overall skeleton. Give those kids a nice hand for a good set of maintainers.
The results of our maintainer class, we had our champion being exhibited by Kinley Holmes. The award for the champion maintainer was sponsored by Richard and Angie Sandberg, and the reserve champion is shown by Hallie Hirschberger, whose award was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. They both received purple ribbons. Third in the class with a blue goes to Lauren McWhirter. Fourth with a blue to Tate Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters. Fifth with a blue to Nicholas Peck of the Lime Creek Live Wires. The next class we have coming into the ring is our first class of Red Angus. We do want to say thank you for the wood chips and the beef stalls. They were donated by Hammis Brothers Sawmill of Ollie. The shavings in the show ring were donated by Joe Hostetler of 4H Wood Products. If you are interested in supporting a special class or department award, please reach out to the Washington County Extension Office.
Single entry here in our September class. Certainly a heifer that from her hip on forward's got a lot of rib and a lot of dimension and broodiness about her, and I think put together nicely from there. Where we'd maybe fix and correct her a little bit, it's the way she's designed out of her hip and her hind leg, and just make her a little more attractive in that particular regard. But congratulations to this young lady. Give her a nice hand, please.
The results of our first class of red Angus heifers, we had first with a blue to Kira Longbine of Highland FFA. The next class we'll have coming into the ring will be our second class of red Angus. Following this class, we will be selecting a champion red Angus. We do want to recognize Grace Coble, who's coming into the ring right now. She is a senior 4-H member from the Crooked Creek Club. The polos that they're wearing are sponsored by Widoff Farm Supply.
Good trio of red Angus females here, and the heifer we start with, I think, is is the most functional of that trio in terms of the way she's built and constructed, and the most comfortable when we put them in motion. She's really one that's good as you study her front end. She has some body shape about her. She's a heifer that's probably more accurate and truer in terms of the way she handles herself structurally than the two heifers that follow her. And I think she's maybe just a little better in her forerib and flank, and got just a little more softness in terms of her rib design than the heifer that comes in second, who's a really extended, long-bodied female that is very feminine, just a little harder in her overall makeup as I evaluate her, though. The heifer that comes in there third, maybe just a little more opened up in her chest floor, a little easier flesh and heifer, a heifer that's got just a notch more condition on her. Unfortunately, she's a little out of proportion as we study her from her chest back to her rear flank, and she's also one that's maybe just not quite as agile as you study her out of her hip and hind leg. Congratulations to our Red Angus exhibitors.
The results of our second class of Red Angus, we had first with a blue being exhibited by Blake Evans of Washington FFA, second with a blue to Grace Coble of the Crooked Creek Club, and third with a blue to Kara Longbine of Highland FFA. Coming into the ring next, we'll have our championship drive for Red Angus. In the ring for this, we'll have from our first class, Kara Longbine. From our second class, we'll have Blake Evans and Grace Coble.
Congratulations to all of our Red Angus exhibitors. They're relatively a small show, but I think nice females nonetheless. And the two class winners are both heifers that are solid, but are quite different, though. The young lady's heifer in the front, there's certainly a performance-oriented one that's got a lot to her in terms of body and dimension. Appreciate those things, and she's the stoutest one out here, but along with that, she's also a heifer we change a little bit in terms of the way her pieces fit together, her front end into her forerib, her hip design, and when we put her in motion, she could be a little more accurate and truer. I think that's where the heifer in second excels in terms of her balance, her femininity, her overall design and skeletal makeup, I think is a nickel better than the heifer in first. Maybe not quite as much of her just in terms of sheer substance, but I think she's a little more functional in her build. We're going to use that heifer out of Class 2 for champion, the young lady's heifer out of Class 1 for reserve. Congratulate them, please.
Our Red Angus champion is exhibited by Blake Evans. The award for the Red Angus is sponsored by Keith and Penny Sweeting. The reserve is exhibited by Kara Longbine. The award for reserve is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. The next class coming into the ring will be a class of Solaires. There are 3 entries in this class. I do want to recognize Iris Peterson, who is out here as one of our senior 4-H members.
Just a trio of purebred Solaire heifers, but you'd have to drive a lot of miles to find a Solaire heifer to beat this one, in my opinion. She's awfully good from a quality standpoint. She's one that's got rib shape and muscle, and yet put together in the right kind of package from a skeletal build and soundness standpoint, and very fresh in terms of her presentation. This is a really nice female to represent this breed. Congratulations to that young lady. I will follow with the other January heifer. I think she's got a little advantage out here in terms of her maturity and just the amount she's got to her today. Maybe a little plainer featured than the heifer that we used to win the class, but fundamentally she's a big ribbed one that's soft enough in her flank. We'd maybe just make her a little more ideal from hock to ground, but I think she's got some advantage in terms of performance and dimension compared to the young May heifer, who's just a little immature at this stage, but again, a long-bodied heifer. It's got growth potential. I think it'll be nice down the road. Congratulate our Solaire exhibitors for bringing us some nice cattle.
The results of our Solaire class, we had our champion being exhibited by Iris Peterson. And the award for the champion Solaire was sponsored by Kennedy Insurance Agency. The reserve champion was exhibited by Braden Clow. His award was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a blue in that class goes to Braden Clow of the Washington Go-Getters. The next class we're going to have coming in will be our first class of Solaire Optimizers. I do want to announce that there is a black GMC pickup that has a license plate of JZX309. It is in the west parking lot. You are keeping everyone hostage in that parking lot. No one is able to come or go from that parking lot. So if you have a black GMC pickup, license plate of JZX309 that is parked in the west parking lot, you need to move it immediately. Yes, that is Washington County plates. Do want to take a moment to recognize Iris Peterson, who is one of our senior 4-H members.
Nice pair of April Optimizer heifers. The young lady's brought us another a nice female that's soft-bodied and big and bold in her rib and just quite a bit stouter and broodier than that heifer that follows her and has a decided advantage in performance. But her functional traits in terms of her movement and comfortability when we put them in motion, I think is decided. The heifer in second, certainly a lean maid, a feminine heifer that's good in her neck and flat in her shoulder. She's maybe just a little narrower gauge than ideal for me, but has some performance for sure. Congratulations to this pair of yearling heifer exhibitors.
The results of our Class 1 of Solaire Optimizers, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Iris Peterson, second with a purple being exhibited by Braden Clow. The next class we'll have coming into the ring will be our second class of Solaire Optimizers. Following that class, we will have a championship drive for Solaire Optimizers.
Real nice October-born Optimizer female this young lady's brought. Really another high-quality one to represent this age division and breed. Certainly very attractive in her makeup and got that body shape we're looking for and broodiness and comfortable enough as we study her in motion. Congratulations to her. That's a really high-quality female.
The results of our second class of Solaire Optimizers, we have first with a purple going to Izzy Peterson of the Washington FFA. We're now going to be selecting a champion Solaire Optimizer. Coming back into the ring for our Solaire Optimizer Championship Drive, we had from Class 1, first place being exhibited by Iris Peterson of Washington FFA, second being exhibited by Braden Clow of the Washington Go-Getters. From Class 2, first place being exhibited by Izzy Peterson of Washington FFA.
Well, like in the Solaires, we didn't have a lot of numbers, but we certainly got some quality up here in the top end here in our Optimizer division. We just talked about that October in terms of the quality and then the type and kind that she is in terms of being big ribbed and functional in her makeup. Just a really solid, practical, good kind of a female. Congratulations to that young lady. She'll have your champion. We'll back up and use the younger heifer who's in her own right a really nice female, maybe just a little sleeker up front, maybe just a little better in terms of a little softer in her flank relative to her chest, but again, one that gives up quite a bit in terms of stoutness and volume. Really nice pair of females. Give those young ladies a nice hand for their champion in reserve.
The results of our Solaire Optimizer heifer class, we had our champion being exhibited by Izzy Peterson, and the award for that is sponsored by Ryan and Logan Bell family. The reserve champion is exhibited by Iris Peterson, and the award for that is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Next, coming into the ring, we will have our Simmental class. We do want to say thank you to KCTC for their generous gift of live streaming all shows. The link that's listed in the show program, so you can tune in for other shows this week. We do appreciate their generous support. Friends and family from around the world are able to enjoy our shows. You can also go back and look at previously recorded 2022 Washington County Fair livestock shows on the KCTC YouTube channel. We would also like to recognize and thank the Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H and FFA t-shirts for members.
I think a nice set of semi-heifers here with some challenge in them for sure. Not only are the heifers being a little spunky and a little difficult to get a good view and look at, but I think it's awfully close all the way through, to be real honest and candid with you. I think you could do a number of things based on where you put your priorities. I guess I'm most comfortable with the young lady's heifer we start with as being the combination female. I probably like her from this view as well as any in terms of her silhouette and her balance. She's deep in her forerib and flank. She's good in her top line. She's neat as you study her front third. She's got that balance and profile that we desire. A female, I think, that's adequate in terms of her skeletal makeup. She's not the stoutest one out here. I'll be the first to tell you that. She's not as opened up as you study her fore and rear as a couple heifers that stand underneath her, but I think she puts those pieces together really, really well and gets out and travels, and she's fresh. I appreciate those things. From there, the class gets very challenging to me. The heifer that we got in second, I think, is most similar to the heifer in first in some regards. I think she's got more balance than the heifer that we got in third. I think she's more feminine. I think she's got more slope of shoulder, and I think she's more appropriate from a condition standpoint. I think she's a little more moderate. I think she's got a little more body shape, a little softer in terms of her makeup than the big baldy heifer that comes in fourth. And while at sometimes I don't think she's as stout as the heifer in third, I don't think she's maybe quite as good on her hind leg or maybe quite as attractive in some ways as the heifer in fourth. So that's what makes it difficult. Big, stout, broody, stout made heifer there that comes in third. To me, she gets too down-headed. To me, she's too open-shouldered. To me, she's too coarse in her overall makeup and not agile enough when we put her in motion. The big baldy heifer is certainly sound. She's good in terms of her flexibility off both ends. Skeletally, she's just a little extreme in terms of her look and pattern for me. Need to tone her down and just give her a little more total dimension and body shape, and a nice heifer that's giving the young man a hard time here. We round out the class with just a nice functional kind of female that's a little plainer set for sure in terms of the way her skeleton's put together. Nice class. Give those kids a nice hand for their hard work.
Our champion Simmental was exhibited by Emma Lyle. The award for that was sponsored by Shalla Simmentals, Clint and Michelle Shalla. The reserve champion is exhibited by Rena Lyle, and the award for that is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a blue in that class goes to Covert Reiner of the Dutch Creek Flyers. Fourth with a blue to Peyton Ford of the Mid-Prairie FFA. Fifth with a blue to Mason Schneider of the Green Acres Club. The next class we'll have entering the ring will be our Class 1 of the Foundation Simmental. We do have an addition in this class. Brock Thoman will be showing in this class, and we do have a scratch. Sorry about that. This class will only have one entry. It will be Rena Lyle. So this is our first class of the Foundation Simmentals.
Nice September percentage Simmental to get this show started. Young ladies brought us one that certainly is attractive in her makeup and a heifer that's got some performance for her age. I like the way her shoulder lays into her forerib. She's got some width at her pins, maybe make her just a little more comfortable as you watch her move from the hock down, but a nice female that could stand some competition. Congratulations to her.
The results from our first class of Foundation Simmentals, we had first with a blue going to Rena Lyle of the Dutch Creek Flyers. For our second class of Foundation Simmentals, there is an addition. Brock Thoman will be exhibiting in the second class. We do want to recognize Peyton Yegi of the Riverside Ramblers, who's in the ring currently. Peyton is one of our senior 4-H members.
Spring yearling class. We got a little age spread, but not a lot. I think, if I'm correct, I think the heifer we start with is a March, and then April and a May, if I'm correct. Really a female that's attractive in terms of her makeup. Certainly a lot to her from a performance standpoint. In my mind, she doesn't need to be any bigger than she is for sure as we evaluate her relative to her age. But you set that aside, I think she's still one to appreciate from a quality standpoint. Very, very fresh. She's big and dimensional, three-dimensional about her rib cage. She's a heifer that's good enough from a structure standpoint. Maybe make her just a notch better in terms of covering her tracks if we'd be a little critical of her. But again, a heifer that certainly has tremendous quality. I like this female in second a lot too. Just awfully practical in the way she's built. She's maybe a little on the other side, pretty moderate in terms of her overall design. She's big-bodied. She's one that's got a nice foot on her, and appreciate those things, but giving up quite a bit just in terms of dimension to the heifer we lead with. But again, one that's got a lot of good to her. The heifer that comes in there third, a young man's done a nice job with. Really long spine. Again, a heifer that's got some rib shape and some muscle as she should, and a heifer that represents the breed well, just a notch plainer in her overall makeup as we compare to that top pair. Congratulations to those young people here with their Simmental hybrids.
The results of our second class of Foundation Simmentals, we had first with a purple to Kinley Holmes of the Lime Creek Live Wires, second with a purple to Peyton Yankee of the Riverside Ramblers, and third with a blue to Brock Thoman. Coming back into the ring for our championship drive for the Foundation Simmentals from Class 1, we had first being exhibited by Rena Lyle of the Dutch Creek Flyers, From Class 2, we had first being exhibited by Kinley Holmes of the Lime Creek Live Wires, and second being exhibited by Peyton Yagi of the Riverside Ramblers.
Well, a nice percentage Simmental show again, just a trio or four of them, I guess. And again, we've got quality to work with on top. We just talked about this pair out of that last class. A lot of contrasting differences amongst that pair, but I still think a pair that has a tremendous amount of good to them. We'll keep them together for your grand reserve. Congratulate those two young people out of Class 2.
The results of our championship drive for the Foundation Simmental. We had our champion being exhibited by Kinley Holmes. The award for Foundation Simmental is sponsored by Howard Bohr of Wellman. The reserve champion was exhibited by Peyton Yagi. The award for reserve is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. The next class will be coming into the ring will be our all other breed heifers. Our all other breed heifers will be our next class coming into the ring. I do want to recognize our judge. Our judge today is Scott Greiner. Scott is a professor and extension animal specialist in the School of Animal Sciences at Virginia Tech. He was raised on a diversified livestock farm near Oxford, Iowa. He attended Iowa State University, where he majored in animal science. While at Iowa State, he was a member of the Reserve National Champion Meats Judging Team and the National Champion Livestock Judging Team, and was the high individual in the national contest. He did his graduate studies at Michigan State University and Iowa State. While in graduate school, he coached highly competitive livestock judging teams, including 2 national championship teams at Iowa State. In 1998, Greiner joined the faculty at Virginia Tech and now serves as Extension Project Leader for the department, as well as chair of the Interdisciplinary College Animal Production Program team. As an Extension animal scientist, he designs and delivers educational programs in beef cattle and sheep to adults and youth. He resides outside of Christiansburg, Virginia, along with his wife Lori and daughters Kaylee and Leah. The family has been very involved in 4-H youth livestock activities. I do want to recognize Hallie Hirschberger from the Lime Creek Live Wires, who's one of our senior 4-H members. We do want to say thank you to Hammonds Brothers Sawmill of Ollie. The wood chips in the beef stalls were donated by them. The shavings in the show ring were donated by Joe Hostetler of 4-H Wood Products.
Really a nice class here, and certainly have some differences in breed and what these cattle represent, a little age spread, but I think even with that considered, and you just, I back up and I sort them, and I use the cattle I like based on quality, and I think when you pick them apart, this red one surfaces in terms of one. She's very, very complete. She doesn't have the wow factor probably of the heifer that's in second when we stand them still. Maybe isn't quite as deep in terms of her forerib and flank, but there's a female that I think is very, very practical. She's big topped. She's big in her pin set. I think she's functional enough in terms of her stride. And you pick them apart and compare her to the main heifer in second. She's more opened up in her chest floor. She maintains more base width as you watch her travel behind. I think she's more flexible out of her hock and rear leg than the heifer that comes in second. I just think a nice female to lead us that's very, very complete. The main heifer we got in second, certainly attractive, very, very well presented. This young lady does a good job at the lead. Certainly one that's deep in her forerib and flank. She's got got a soft belly and middle to her. She's attractive in terms of the way her pieces fit together. I'm a little critical when we put her in motion. You get behind her. She's not as stout. She's not as naturally wide in terms of the way she travels. She doesn't have quite the body shape and the openness in terms of her rib or her pin set when you get behind her, and you couple that with she's a nickel tight when you get right in behind her. But I think her pieces are a little more proportional. She's better in her top line. She's better at the point of her shoulder. She's better out through her hip than the heifer that comes in third. The heifer in third is certainly stouter when you get right behind them, and I appreciate that. This heifer gets just a little plainer and a little piecier as we pick her apart, and a heifer too that wants to snap those rear pasterns just a little bit, being critical of her when we put her in motion. But again, a very, very high quality heifer that actually her top line comes together and her hip comes together a little better when we put her in motion. She's fancier than the Hereford heifer, who's certainly big-bodied and broody, and I think has some practical utility about her. A little heavier in terms of her condition. We clean her up in her chest floor, but quite a bit more performance and stoutness and natural dimension compared to the heifer in fifth, who's probably a little sleeker necked, maybe a little more appropriate where she's at this stage of the game from a condition standpoint, but the heifer that has the least to her. Give those kids a nice hand. Very competitive class.
The results of our all other breed heifers, we had our champion being exhibited by Erica Thoman. The award for that champion is sponsored by Nick and Jana Shalla family. And then reserve champion is shown by Keston Holmes, and the award for second is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a purple goes to Hallie Hirschberger of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Fourth with a blue goes to Ashley Harmson of Mid-Prairie FFA. Fifth with a blue to Ella Slabaugh of the Riverside Enterprisers. The next class we'll have coming into the ring will be our first class of commercial heifers.
good class to get our commercial division started, and I think a really high-quality one to lead us. Man, you really got to like her when she hits the ring. She's really good as you study her underpinning, her skeleton, and her structure, and the way she gets out and travels and puts it together in a feminine package that's got some rib shape and dimension about it. You know, she's not overwhelming in terms of her body width or a pin set or her muscling. I think she's way more than adequate. But again, she's just very, very functional in terms of the way she's constructed and yet balanced and fresh and well presented. Congratulations to that young lady. From there, I think there's some give and take. I think the heifer that comes closest to her falls in second. I appreciate her being just a notch more moderate than the heifer in third. Will give up some performance, but I think she's more feminine in terms of her shoulder, in terms of her neck and her muscle makeup compared to the gray heifer that we got coming in fourth. The heifer in third we appreciate in terms of her performance and weight per day of age. I'd like to tone her down some. I'd like to give her just a little more correctness behind. And the gray heifer we round up with is arguably the most muscular one that we've got out here, but that's probably to her demise because she's quite a bit coarser and tighter in terms of the way that she's constructed. Give those kids a nice hand as we get our commercial division started.
The results of our first class of commercial heifers, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Bristol Young of the Lime Creek Live Wires, second with a blue to Emily Renner of the Crooked Creek, third with a blue to Cole Troyer of the Lime Creek Live Wires, and fourth with a blue to Adley Sweeting of the Riverside Ramblers. The next class we'll have coming in will be our second class of commercial heifers.
I think another nice female to lead this second class, or these are all April born, and so similar in terms of performance. Easily the most attractive, best built, most highest quality one in terms of the way she's put together. Really attractive, feminine, long spine female that's got some performance. I think she's adequate in terms of the way she's put together. Maybe not quite as bulky as some heifers we've used in terms of rib shape and natural width, but more than adequate in that regard. Just a nice, high-quality female. Congratulations to her. The Baldy's got a lot of performance, and I think heifer that's got growth. She's big-bodied. She's easy doing. I think when you watch her and you really pick her apart structurally, she's a heifer that handles herself as well as any of them in the class in terms of covering her tracks and being flexible off both ends of her skeleton. Just a nickel plainer than we'd like to see her in terms of the way she's put together. From there, we got a trio of heifers. I like to use the heifer in third, which is a little stouter, a little bigger bodied, a little more muscular and wider pin than the two behind her. The heifer behind her is a little more feminine and extended, but we're going to be a little critical of her in terms of being a notch narrower gauged relative to her frame size and maturity. A lot the same for the heifer on this end. We'd like to correct her off her hind leg, but she's feminine, has some body shape, and make a nice cow down the road. Congratulations to our young people.
The results of Class 2 for commercial heifers, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Emma Lyle of Mid-Prairie FFA, second with a blue to Cole Troyer of Lime Creek Live Wires, third with a blue to Hunter Barnes of the Washington Go-Getters, fourth with a blue to Aubrey Campbell of the 76 Progressives, and fifth with a blue to Adriana Campbell of the 76 Progressives. Coming into the ring next will be our third class of commercial heifers.
Another good set of commercial heifers here, and a really nice top pair of quality females, and some similarities yet some differences. I think they're both heifers that have a lot of quality in terms of putting together the basics as you start from the ground up in terms of the way they travel, and yet they're both fresh. I think they're appropriate where they're at from a body condition standpoint. They got enough rib and enough mass to them. I think as I pick them apart, the yellow heifer's probably just a little more opened at her pins. She's probably a little better right on behind her shoulder in terms of her top. I like her neck, the way it comes out the top of her shoulder, a little better than the female in second. And I think her hind leg posture is ever so slightly better. Probably a little stouter at the ground, got a little more substance of bone. Not that that's a huge deal for me. There's a little more of her, I think, in terms of just body shape, in terms of dimension. Really fresh appearing, very, very attractive, well-presented heifer, as is the female in second. She's awfully nice as well and doesn't have any major holes as I evaluate her. There's maybe just a nickel planer in this view. I'd like for her to be a little more up-headed. I'd change her just a nickel in terms of her hind leg set. I think she's functional and she gets out and moves fine. I just don't think she's quite as ideal from hock to ground in my estimation. But I think she's leaner, she's more feminine, she's leaner and sleeker necked. I think she's more appropriate from a body condition standpoint than the heifer in third. This one's awfully stout in terms of rib and muscularity, just a little further along than she needs to be probably from a body condition and standpoint, but quite a bit more to her compared to our black heifer we round out the class with, who needs a little more performance to go along with her. But she's long-bodied, certainly a heifer I think with a little more maturity will come together and we'll appreciate more. Give these kids a nice hand. Another solid class of commercials.
The results of our third class, we have first with a purple to Keston Holmes of the Lime Creek Live Wires, second with a purple to Libby Seiko of Horse and Pony Club, third with a blue to Jade Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters, and fourth with a blue to Stella Janacek of the Horse and Pony Club. The next class we'll have coming into the ring will be our Class 4 and final class of commercial heifers. Following this class, we will be selecting a champion or reserve champion commercial heifer.
Nice September female this young man's brought us. I think puts the basics together well in terms of having some look and a silhouette that we can appreciate when we get her on the profile. She's got some dimension about her. Maybe not quite as soft in her fore and rear rib as a couple heifers we had, but again, one that could stand some competition. Congratulate that young man and thank him for bringing her out.
The results of our fourth class of commercial heifers, we had first with a blue going to Tate Stumpf of the Riverside Ramblers. We'll now be having our championship drive for commercial heifers. Coming into the ring for our championship drive, we have from Class 1, first place being exhibited by Bristol Young. Second place in that class being exhibited by Emily Renner. From Class 2, first place being exhibited by Emma Lyle. Second place being exhibited by Cole Troyer. From Class 3, first place being exhibited by Keston Holmes. And second place by Libby Seiko. And from Class 4 being exhibited by Tate Stumpf.
Well, a really nice division, and congratulations to all the young people. And that said, I think there's 3 of them that are really nice out here, and 2 of them in the same class in our Class 1, and it's kind of those trio in contention. And I think a trio of really nice heifers and a pair that won their class that are in contention. I'll share with you how I see them. The heifer that wins that first class, as we talked about, man, she's broody, and I love this view right here on the 3/4 view, how she opens up in her forerib and her center body and the amount of dimension she's got working through her chest floor, and yet she's still got that balance from the side in terms of being uniform in her body depth and her underline strength at top. She's certainly one that has a good hind leg posture and is sound enough skeletally to get out and travel. I appreciate all those things. If we're going to be critical of her, we need to tuck her in at the top of her shoulder. We need to fix her front third just a little bit, fancy her up perhaps in terms of the way she's constructed. I don't think she's bad, but maybe not quite as elegant as you study her neck and the way her neck comes out the top of her shoulder, the way her top of her shoulder fits in her top line compared to the yellow heifer that's right here in front of me. The yellow heifer's awfully good as well in terms of being balanced, very, very fresh at this stage of the game. She's good in terms of her underpinning and her soundness. She's not as bulky made as that heifer on that end in terms of her rib shape and her dimension and her softness, but as we just talked about, I think she's neater as you study her chest up through her neck and the way her neck comes out the top of her shoulder. Really high quality female as well, and a really nice red one that she beat that's really good as well in terms of being high quality. 3 awfully good heifers, some good class winners as well. Young people have worked hard. Put your hands together for them. I'll congratulate the 2 that I like best.
Our champion commercial heifer today is being exhibited by Bristol Young. The award for the champion commercial is sponsored by Art and Sherry Sweeting family. The reserve champion is being exhibited by Keston Holmes, and the award is being sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. We are now going to, as soon as we clear the ring here, we are going to have our supreme champion heifer selection. We're going to be bringing our champions in, and we will be announcing them as we come through the ring. Coming in, we have our champion returning bucket bottle being exhibited by Brittany Wilson. Our champion produce of a former heifer project being exhibited by Peyton Ford. Angus being exhibited by Gracie Greiner, or Gracie Hirschberger. Our maintainer being exhibited by Kinley Holmes. Our Red Angus champion being exhibited by Blake Evans. Our Solaire champion by Iris Peterson. Our Solaire optimizer by Izzy Peterson. Our Simmental by Emma Lyle. Our Simmental foundation being exhibited by Kinley Holmes. Our All Other Breeds by Erica Thoman. And our commercial being exhibited by Bristol Young. Our grand champion today will be receiving an award by the Triple G Livestock, Leon Knoll and Nathan Greiner. They will also be receiving a belt buckle from Walker Livestock Trucking and a $50 cash award from Joyce Niebel. The Reserve Champion Award is sponsored by John and Linda Colbert. They also will be receiving a $50 cash award from Boer Farms. The third place will be receiving an award sponsored by John and Linda Colbert. Fourth place has an award sponsored by LCB Feeds. And our fifth place overall has an award sponsored by LCB Feeds. We do want to take a chance to say thank you to all of our ring help today, to all of our superintendents, everyone who has been helping back in the barn and also in our lineup area. We also have several people over here making sure the results are correct. So we do want to say thank you to all those individuals who have made sure that our show runs smoothly and everything stays nice and calm from the check-in process all the way to the ring.
folks, we've had a great heifer show, and what we're going to do to add some efficiency just based on ring size and getting things done here and move these other cattle and get them studied well, we're going to keep the 5 that we've got pulled here in the middle in contention for our grand overall heifer, and we're going to release the young people on the outside. And there's some awfully good females that we're going to release. Unfortunately, we're just going to rank 5, but these people have worked hard. I think they got fundamentally really good females that put a lot of very positive things together. They're sound and big-bodied, they're functional and well presented, and these young people have worked hard. Let's give them a nice hand as they exit of congratulations for winning their breed. Well, folks, we've had a really good heifer show and good cattle in every breed, and these young people fortunate enough to be out here in consideration for your supreme champion, and they, without exception, I think each one of them beat a pretty good heifer to get here, and there'll be days where maybe that pair could be switched. It's been highly competitive. Let's start by putting your hands together and congratulating these 5 for an excellent job. You know, these supreme deals are always a challenge, and I weigh in my mind which heifer I like the best, and they're not identical, nor should they be. They're different breeds that exist for different purposes and put different traits together, but I think fundamentally they all have a lot of similarities in terms of being high quality, in terms of being sound enough and big enough bodied and having enough muscle mass about them, and then their pieces fit together right in my estimation. I'll share with you real quick how I see them. The Angus heifer we started earlier this afternoon, I think that heifer's got some unique pieces for an Angus. She's awfully stout, and she's big in her forerib and flank. She's really soft-bodied. She's extremely broody. When you get her standing still, she holds the pieces together really well. We were a little critical of her in breed, and I still am here in this drive. I'd make her just a nickel more flexible as you study her out of her rear pastern and let her go, and she's maybe not quite as big at the ground and quite as stout as you study her and get right in behind her compared to a couple others. Some of that's breed related for sure, but again, I think a high quality Angus female. The young lady circling here with the maintainer, that's an awfully nice heifer in my mind. She's got lots of cool pieces. She's soft bodied, she's big rib. She's very youthful. She's very fresh in terms of her presentation. She's big at the ground. She's one that's neat in terms of her top line. I think her pieces fit together right, and she's sound. If I'm going to be critical of her, she's not the stoutest one out here in terms of just being opened up behind. At times, I'd fix her ever so slightly right there at the top of her hip, back through her pins, and at times she wants to maybe not be quite as flexible out of her rear pastern as ideal. Again, we're nitpicking on one that's ultra good in lots of ways. The semi heifer that's straight ahead of us, certainly one that you appreciate from performance standpoint. Her silhouette's really good. She's neat in her top line. She's big bodied. She's soft flanked. She's feminine. Her pieces are really neat, and she gives us a great silhouette. I'm a little critical of her structurally. She's not quite as flexible. She's not quite as easy on the move or as athletic as some heifers that surround her out here and let her go just a little easier. But again, I'm extremely high quality heifer. The AOB, which I believe is a Shorthorn plus, beat an awfully nice heifer to get out here as well. She too is really stout, square hipped, big pin, really nice top shape and rib dimension. She too is fresh and appropriate where she's at body condition wise. She's a little out of balance out here at times in terms of her chest to flank line ratio. She's a little plainer as you study her from the hock down in terms of the way her skeleton's put together, but she's awfully good as well. Then our commercial heifer's got some really unique pieces in terms of her 3/4 view. She is monster in her forerib and center body, really soft middled, got a huge amount of capacity about her. She's plenty stout all the way through. She's getting a little tired and getting a little lazy out here, and as we criticized her a little bit there in division, that's coming to play a little more in our champion drive. She gets a little loose at the top of her shoulder. We'd clean her up and tighten her up there, let that piece fit in her top line just a little neater, but man, she has got tremendous body, tremendous rib shape, tremendous width, and handles it so well, and is still fresh and good looking from the side. Another really high quality female, and that yellow one behind her is awfully good as well. So we've spent all day, folks, talking about the heifers. I can't tell you how neat, exciting, and what a great honor it is for me to be here, coming back home and growing up in the county north, and having a chance to sort the Washington County Fair. You folks have always had high quality livestock in all species, all the way back to long time ago when I was judging and with my daughter in the crowd. I'm not going to admit how long ago that was. But more importantly, folks, you got a great set of kids, and we're in the heart of agriculture and being a product of that and the product in the county north of you. All I can say is everybody that's sitting around the ring, whether you're a parent, a grandparent, a volunteer, a leader, helping put the show on, whatever your capacity is, just keep up the good work. Lots of great people from this area. It's a great pleasure to have the opportunity to join you. We're going to make 2 or 3 kids really happy here in just a minute, but put your hands together again one more time for them. We'll get your supreme heifer.
Our grand champion is exhibited by Kinley Holmes. The reserve coming into the ring out of the maintainer class is being exhibited by Hallie Hirschberger. Our reserve grand champion is exhibited by Bristol Young from the commercial division. The reserve from the commercial coming in was exhibited by Keston Holmes, and that will be our 3rd place. Fourth place goes to Kinley Holmes with the Foundation Simmental. The reserve champion Foundation Simmental is exhibited by Peyton Yagi. And our 5th place overall is exhibited by Gracie Hirschberger from the Angus class. Let's give all these exhibitors a great round of applause. We will be moving into our showmanship division. We are going to start with senior, then intermediate, and then junior. Just as a reminder, the journal is taking photos by the backdrop area. The journal is currently taking photos by the backdrop area at this time.
Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today.
Well, a great set of senior showmen, and got an advantage today. We've already seen all these young people in the ring and had a chance to work with them, so I've got a good idea in my head in terms of how they've done. We've got some heifers here that even in showmanship are being a little bit spunky, and I know the young people have been a little frustrated, but they've kept their cool and done a great job. Fundamentally, they do things extremely well. I've tried to make a comment to each and every one of them about a thing or two that I thought they did well, a thing or two that might keep them out of champion or reserve. Please put your hands together for our seniors and give them a nice round of applause. I'll congratulate your top pair.
Our champion senior showman today is Hallie Hirschberger. Her award is sponsored by Horning Repair. And our reserve is Iris Peterson, and her award is by Schneider Family Farms.
Let's congratulate our intermediate showman here this evening for a job well done. Well, again, a great set of young people, a lot of fun to work with them, and they do the fundamentals really, really well, and very, very knowledgeable about their project. They're very cooperative in the ring and have a lot of respect for what's going on, and I appreciate all those things. And, you know, showmanship comes down to, I get asked a lot, what do you look for in showmanship? To me, it's real easy. Okay? Your job as a showman is to make your calf or your lamb or your pig or your goat or whatever species we're showing, make it look its very best. All right? I don't care how you go about that. I'm not as picky as some about how you hold the show stick, where you put your hands on the halter, all that kind of stuff. I don't get into that. What I get into, does your calf look its very best? Are the feet and legs where they're supposed to be? Are they consistently where they're supposed to be? Do we have control when we get them out and move them? Do we keep the head up tall? Do we make that animal present itself in a fashion that's desirable and athletic in its look, etc.? And so those are kind of my, I'm not really sharing any secrets because fundamentally that's what it's all about, make them look its very best. I thought there was a couple young people I'm going to congratulate in a minute, did that just ever so slightly better than some of their contemporaries, but give them another nice hand and I'll congratulate your intermediate winners.
Our champion showman today is Erica Thoman, whose award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Our reserve champion is Izzy Peterson, whose award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Coming into the ring now, we have our junior showmanship.
Well, a great way to wind up our evening with a great set of junior showmen. Have worked really, really hard and been in here quite a while, and were in earlier and did an exceptional job. I think this is very, very competitive. To be honest with you, I think I've changed my mind 2 or 3 times. I thought when they walked in there was 3 or 4 exhibitors that really had a shot at winning this, and the longer they're out here, the closer it becomes, and it's really difficult. But that's a testimony to them and their hard work. I think if we had a Supreme, they'd probably give our older kids a run for their money, but they've probably been coached really well by mom and dad, by those older exhibitors, by parents and leaders and other mentors, and really that's the reason we're here, and that's what it's all about. Been a lot of fun to work with them. Put your hands together, please, and congratulate all of them. We'll get you a couple winners.
Our champion junior showman today is Kinley Holmes, and her award is sponsored by Kirk Hausaker. And our reserve champion is Gracie Hirschberger. Award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms.